Hi. Sorry, I'm late. I know you're making fun of me for eating slow, but that's actually not the reason I'm late today. This is a factor completely outside of my control. I promise. My, so I'm trying to set some plans for Thanksgiving with my family, but, like, they have a wonderful talent of always contacting me or like being active at the most inconvenient times for me. So like they reached out at literally 6:55 to like fucking buy plane tickets. It could have done it yesterday. Could have done it tomorrow. No, it had to be 5 minutes before I wanted to start streaming. So that's my life. This feels loud? Is the audio loud? No, this was not my family in Korea. But yeah, pretty terrible timing overall. Just but to be fair, my family in Korea also has this problem. So, I mean, everyone just, they always get busy or try and contact me at the worst possible time. Today, it's right before stream. Most of the time with my family in Korea, they're like trying to talk to me while I'm at work or something. Like, right as my lunch break ends, and I'm like, shouldn't you be sleeping? I don't know. Oh, right. This game is right click. So I'm still playing Baldur's Gate 3, second campaign, and I keep going like, whenever I come back to this game, Baldur's Gate 3, this functionality where you like highlight everything is left alt. So I keep pushing left alt, but it doesn't do anything in this game. Yeah, my family is a bunch of night owls. I don't contact them in the dead of the night out of respect for their sleep schedule, but
Winter, slow to let go of
they'll call me
Flick
whenever.
some more wet snow from above.
Man, he's so sad. I actually kind of wish he had the expression back now. Or at least like maybe not the expression, but not depressed look. What are we doing here?
The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. You're warm in your hat and your coat. Like a well-equipped explorer, you comfortably survey the white landscape. Near, snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum.
Ooh, Shivers tells me Ruby is close. Also, when the fuck did I get this much morale? When did I get this much health?
That's all. More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
But yeah, like while I was growing up, my family always like they'd just be up at all sorts of weird hours of the night. Like I might wake up in the middle of the night, like 3 or 4 a.m., go down to get some water or something, and my dad's just sitting on the couch watching TV, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you awake?
Coal City in the shadow of San Martin.
And this is not an irregular
Back when
thing.
coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power
They just don't like sleep. I don't know.
No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
Also, I've been watching, not like actively, but I watched a couple of videos related to like the Baldur's Gate 3 voice actors, and oh my god, YouTube's algorithm is going ham about like recommending all the Baldur's Gate 3 voice actor content, and I'm like, I cared a little bit, but not this much. I don't need to know like everything about their lives and everything. They're definitely like putting in a lot of work though to like promote the game. Pretty neat.
Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachel's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume.
Yeah, I hate the algorithm too. There are like, whenever you look at anything, it immediately registers, ah, you're into this kind of content. Let me recommend 50 other things. Or I guess I shouldn't say 50, because the front page only shows like a maximum of what, 8 videos, which is fucking stupid also, by the way. But whenever you look at anything that's remotely popular, like, oh, you're interested in that kind of thing, let me put like 80%, let me put 7 out of 8 of the recommended videos as that kind of content. And I'm like, cared about a little bit, but come on, man. I'm fucking casual. Let me diversify. You know? What is Le Royaume? Le Royaume, Le Petit Rat. I feel like if I knew French, I'd probably get this game better. I at least assume this is like French. It reads
Children
like French
under
to a
14,
non-French
They
speaker.
go underground, looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent.
I have noticed on occasion though that I think they are putting in some effort to make the algorithm like try to recommend more tangential content, or at least maybe it's just smaller creators doing that kind of content. I'm not sure. I've noticed several times where I've gotten recommendations for things where I'm like, what the fuck, this has nothing to do with me, or the recommendation has or it's shown like some no-name content creator, much like myself honestly, where maybe the person has like 5 views, and I'm like, I don't really care that much about this content to like look for content creators, small content creators in this space. Sorry.
2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall
weird.
upon the richest of all the kings.
I kind of feel like because of the way the algorithm is, I mean, at this point it's kind of too late for me to do anything about it, but if I had known this is what the algorithm would eventually do, I would have created separate YouTube accounts for each of like my major spheres of interest. Like for gaming / speedrunning content, I'd probably use this account. For other content, maybe about specific games, I probably would have created a separate account specifically for that purpose. But with everything mishmashed, there just isn't enough space in the recommendation feed to like encapsulate everything that would actually be useful for you. And I think YouTube has kind of tried doing like, you know, like if you're on the front page, they got like little tags along the top that you can choose that I also pretty much ignore all the time. I think they kind of attempted to do that, but the tags, I hate that I can't choose what the tags are. And half the time I look at the tags and they aren't things that I actually care about, or they're like related to things I care about but not actually the thing. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like music, but I'm like, That's so broad. Can you give me like a more specific tag? Yeah, gaming. Okay. I don't care about gaming in general, but maybe I do care about Baldur's Gate 3 content today.
The mausoleum
It's so
contains
bad.
untold quantities of gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty.
It also makes me wonder though if like we're kind of alone in this, if there's like a majority part of the user base who is fine with the way the YouTube algorithm functions. I mean, like I think we're pretty privacy conscious and tech savvy, but there are a majority of people really don't give a shit about technology or yeah, like we're like on the power user side, but like a majority of people are not. That's why it's called power user instead of just user, right? I don't know. Maybe in the like grand scheme of things, our complaints don't really
Did
matter
someone
because
say
we're the
untold
minority.
quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this hoard.
Like I was talking to my sister the other day. She linked me some Instagram pages, and I'm like, I'm not clicking those because they're Instagram is owned by Facebook, and I have privacy concerns with Facebook, and she just like does not compute. She sends me Instagram stuff anyway.
How can it be pure if it's magenta?
What the fuck? Where's magenta come from? Oh, magenta, huh? What is magenta cocaine? What could... Is it just magenta because electrochemistry is magenta? Like the color of the physique attributes? Is this magenta? I think it's magenta-ish. It's not quite pink. It's not quite red.
Snow falls, and there is no answer. Some things are not for mortals to know. Few petits return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow.
That was just
and
west.
coke furnaces. And on the...
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
So where is Ruby? She's supposed to be like over here, right? Somewhere. We also look around. So we got ask Ruby about in the village. Went up the coast, whatever. Yeah, fucking la responsibility. Bullet. Oh yeah, I still don't know where to look for these. This is tonight at 22 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Fucking necktie. That's also whatever, that's also whatever, that's also whatever. Okay, so we're looking pretty much for bullets. Yeah, the list actually got pretty small last stream. We knocked a bunch of these things out. Also, is those coins? What? How have I missed that? Unless it's new. There's the seagull. I also, one of the weird things about this game, especially after having just played a bunch of Baldur's Gate 3, is like, I'm curious if I'm actually like even close to the end. Like the stakes are escalating a little bit. They kind of have always been. What is that? To either the end or to haha, this is just the intro. Haha.
Above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Will it be like ending C in near?
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now,
Congratulations, you finished the tutorial.
it says, tomorrow is just a
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing
What?
in the remains of the edifice.
What? How is this relevant? Okay, whatever. I guess we're looking at this now.
Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
42%. Alright, shivers time. Let's go, shivers. Those minus shivers. Give me plus shivers. I don't even know if I have shivers related gear. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, I had one thing, and let me make sure I don't have any minus shivers. Okay, we got +1,
The
so
once bright mural towers above you.
58%. Probably gonna fail, watch.
Even though you're
What the
sure
fuck? That was not.
all is quiet.
What?
There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind
That was
has died
12.
down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
Crazy.
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out
Yes, it is. That's why I have shivers.
of prayer of sorts. To Revachol.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
What is this?
The Jamrock
Oh.
Shuffle.
I got a thought. I don't remember what this thought was.
In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Cocaine skull, huh? Find better loot in locked containers. That doesn't seem that useful, but okay. Cool. Uh, maybe they've seen Ruby.
Hello again. No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
You guys are here every day. Imagine having every day off, like this guy, and saying, today, you just happen to be off today. That's what he's doing. Feel gaslit. Maybe Sunday Friend has seen our Ruby?
Always my pleasure.
Just kidding. As useless as ever, Sunday Friend. I don't think I'm getting anything off this.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades.
Yeah, nothing new.
Cold behind this building, the other one.
Okay. I am interested by the fact that there was like something interactable in the electric building. If I zoomed way out. It's like here. Right there. That probably means like there is a way to get in there, but who knows how you get in there. Maybe with the advanced crowbar that we'll probably never find. Or maybe it was something with you like work with the... That was the Shivers check, which I just got a 20, or which I just got a 12 on. It didn't actually do anything, so... it was the same one. I mean, it was the second one, but like it just appeared again.
Yes, what is it? What?
She has not seen.
At least I'm pretty sure it was not relevant to do again. Because that's essentially what this is. You just consult the wind there if you don't know what to do. Consult the wind. And I'm pretty sure I'm not doing this anytime soon.
Guards the depot. The wind.
That one's red. I bet you she's in there. There's also supposed to be like bullet holes by the boardwalk. And Land's End, wherever Land's End is. I would have thought this is Land's End, but apparently not. For what it's worth, it's also a white check on the Feld mural, so I mean, it doesn't really hurt for me to try it again. It just didn't seem like I'd get anything out of it, so I didn't do it. If I remember correctly, when I saw the bullet holes the first time, it was actually like not something I could see like this. It was something like a little pop-up next to my head with the yellow thing, so maybe... And this is also making me a little nervous here, because I'm supposed to meet her near the old fish market. I'm not even sure where that is. Yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen that too, but the game was also... I think it's just like the game being like... You can succeed, you can try this again and succeed again, and you're not gonna get anywhere with it. It's not like the wind is gone anywhere.
Yes?
You know, it would be really tragic if it turned out that we actually are the murderer.
Our tenant, the policeman. What more do you want to know about? Yes.
Maybe the kids have seen Ruby.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents.
Then we're definitely doing it.
Hello, mister. Ruby. Ruby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then Uller.
Kids.
Bye.
Yeah, I was hoping the kids would at least say something.
Waves are beginning to die down.
Not
Those little
yet.
bastards.
Kim's still here.
You're back. Good.
Yeah, she's not just any lady, she's the lady. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I just realized I made coffee earlier today and I never drank it. It's just still sitting there on my kitchen counter. It's kind of late, but I'm gonna go grab it. I'll be right back. It's also probably cold. Alright, are you ready? Coffee. It's not chilled, unfortunately. It's just gone cold. It's not been sitting in, like, my fridge. Lukewarm, just the way I like it. Actually, still tastes good, though. I recently started, one of my old friends who really likes coffee, we used to always get like a share and order from a local roastery, but we'd stopped doing that over COVID. But we recently restarted doing that, and those beans, even if they get cold, it still tastes fine. It does get a little bit more bitter, but not unbearably so like it usually does with cheaper coffee. I think with cheaper coffee, I'd probably just throw this away. These are good. I'm confused. I also want to know where you can do this. Check island. What is the island? Like, we looked at this and we said this is the island, but that doesn't make any sense. How am I supposed to get up there anyway? Also, no fast travel again for no reason. Also, for some reason, Joyce is up there instead of over here now. Maybe we can ask Joyce for a ride to the island. I didn't see any new dialogue options when I talked to her, but maybe it's like nested under something else.
You're back. Good. What can I help? Well, technically speaking, I'm not on it, officer.
The crowns of her teeth are qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming.
Why wouldn't it be? This good. Oh? Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can... What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as the Pines, Cork, and that is the terminal. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in
20
revenue.
billion.
A billion?
I was not trying to impress you, I swear. The conglomerate employs 72,000 people. Wages cover most of the revenue. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting centuries of
history.
care, deliberation, and madness. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal
that
must
gave me
be
a
accounted
thought.
for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Maybe I
You're
can
back.
talk to her about the
Good,
lynching.
of course. Anything to help. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may just...
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst.
Then we're on the same page. As grim as it may be. I am sorry to have been...
Oh, hello, autosave. I'm not sure how the autosave system in this game works. In Baldur's Gate 3, it's pretty obviously like to checkpoint you when you're about to cross into certain areas or locate or like about to interact with important NPCs. It actually kind of ruins the suspense a little bit because when it autosaves, you're like, oh, something's about to happen. It's like a tier of metagaming that is unavoidable if you play any video games at all. But I don't really get it with this game. I think it is just like time based. But I feel like if I were to just leave the game alone, like not touch anything, I don't think it would autosave. In-game time based, maybe? Top of every hour. Yeah, I don't really know where to go. What do I do? Where do I go? What do I do? I need a better crowbar for the ice cream maker. I could go to the Feld mural again. I guess he told me to go to do the Feld mural check again, so I'll just go do it again. See how it goes. I don't expect to get anything out of it though. I'm not even sure if this was the right way to it. I think it is.
The once bright mural.
I don't know
towers
why it's
above you,
42%.
saying,
Oh, I'm no longer
"Find
drunk.
electrical R&D. Tomorrow
I lost
is
that plus
just
one.
a whisper away."
Alright, ready? Actually, do I get drunk? I'll get drunk for this. Am I not allowed to drink? I guess it would be frowned upon for a cop to drink on the job. Do I need to go into hiding to drink? Literally carrying the bottle in my hand. Alright, time for a drink. Wait, I can't drink still. What the fuck? Do I need like more variety? Here, I'll put both of them in my hand. How come I can only drink out of one of them? How come that let me drink then, but not before? It's so weird. Alright, let's go, Lieutenant. I'm drunk now. Buggy game. Yeah, this game is really buggy. It's unfortunate. The writing is really good, but the coding, that kind of writing, it struggles quite a bit. I mean, look at all this zigzaggy nonsense too. And constantly, like, you might have seen, like, occasionally after certain events, the camera is, like, off-center somewhere. And then, as soon as I scroll, it, like, snaps back to center.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now.
For what it's worth, I feel like most games that are kind of like this, which have like so many branching paths, tend to be buggy, just nature of how complicated the game is.
In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
There's no echo and no answer. Maybe it's just a storm.
Yeah, they seem unrelated, but I mean, they might not be.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just
Could
a
be
whisper
related
away.
in some way. Eventually. Ready?
The breeze,
Yeah,
like a
fucking
quiet
fail.
sigh, moves over you. Go to the children of the big sea. The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were, on the rotting boards of the Feld.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second. When you're ready.
Well, that's what happens when you fail it. You get a task foisted upon you. Time to go talk to the kids again. Actually, you have a kid. Hey.
Good evening.
Alright, kids, talk to me.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other...
He had bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words. We just heard funny voices. We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said, and then we got in trouble. Radio? What's that? We just heard them in our head. You know, I heard people talking. Except just in my head. It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up.
Oh, I think these are the party dudes.
A memory stirs. You've heard this quickfire patter before.
DJ Single is here. Buckle up, because this is the fastest trash that you're ever gonna hear.
Hell yeah.
Turn up the volume. Load those speakers out. Now here's no. Don't say bad words, stupid.
A word when you're done.
The boy draws a jagged rock across the ground.
Yeah.
Detective, about what the twins had to say. So, those voices they heard.
Yes, of course, earlier, when you turned the radio on in his Kanema. Don't.
I can't explain how they heard it. I believe they heard something, and given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. However, weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business.
But it is related, Kin. The wind told me so.
The lieutenant says nothing.
Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
The lieutenant shrugs.
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing. Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio they were hearing. The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. Let's ask if she heard anything before moving on. After you.
That feeling when failing a check got you more progress than passing a check?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. A radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here. There's one in the shack, but it's never used. Was that the nonsense we was spouting? Pah! No. I have no idea where they heard it. They've been in earshot all week, and no radio. These ears know every sound that belongs to this coast. I would know if I heard anything different.
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. Maybe they can shed some light on this.
I like this one.
I'm ready when you are.
Anything else?
Hell yeah. Yo, we've got a lead. It involves using Kim's Kanema. Also, I should probably check out what's in here. I don't know if we've ever looked in here. And before Ruby's just hanging out in here. Just kidding. That would have been too good to be true. That would have been funny though. I guess I also really haven't talked to the drunks in a while, but I feel like they probably don't have anything useful. But I could talk to them. What was my name? Tequila something? Tequila Sunset? Tequila Sunrise? Something like that?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Hell yeah, let's go!
Come again, officer? Okay, officer. One moment.
No.
Damn.
I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
The fancy name? Oh, the French sounding name?
Yo! It is. I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air. What can I do for you, cop man? An asshole is a mouth of shit. And I'm puking. Yeah, that is the song. An asshole is a mouth of shit. And I'm puking.
Amazing. We should ask Tech to make a song like that.
Is that what this is about? Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide to tune into River Shaw's hottest station. I don't understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
It would probably be oh crap, I don't remember the other, yeah, the GFF alias. What in the world?
Speed Freaks FM is elective listening, man. We don't want to force the people to adopt our thinking. That's fascist bullshit. You're a fucking wild man. Sure, let's hear it. Oh, man, I love it. You're great. No, we didn't do anything like that. We know how to. We just played it on air like normal people. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yo. I think I have to do this.
Huh?
Look at that. His eyes dilate. That's joy, my man. You wouldn't be able to tell, but his glasses just magnify it.
Okay, cop man. Can do, will do. DJ Mesh, out.
The party has terminated the call. Is there anything else I can do for you, officer?
Spoke to the wildest cop in Rivershaw. He asked us to give his buddy cop, long-time listener, Kid Saragi, a big shout-out. Kim, we love you.
Keep it freaky, like DJ Mesh, DJ Flacho, and your wild friend. This one's for you.
If, when a motor carriage's engine was ignited, it could drive by its own accord off to a high mountain, and there write a song, perhaps it'll be something like what you're hearing now.
We aren't discussing this.
What a reserve of willpower. It's taken all he's got to not smile.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering leads.
You wanted Eurobeat? Man, that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Okay, let's start from the top. There's no doubt that the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio, but they did. No, we are not. I don't think the voices in your head are related to this. No.
The lieutenant gives you a long look.
I don't know what to say to that, or what you want me to say. I'm sorry. Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice? No need to apologize. I was just going to say it'd be a good idea to ask them. And, Detective, thanks for this. It's been interesting.
Hey, there it is again. The camera is snapping to not center. It's getting late. I feel like the kids might be going to bed soon. Hopefully we still catch them out. I don't know when they head inside. Alright, kids.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the...
There. We were there. Uh-huh.
Full circle. Back to Feld, then. When you're ready.
The boy turns the rock over in his hands.
Back to Feld. Talk about an insane lead, though, am I right? Let me just listen to the wind a little bit. Oh, I think the wind is telling me to talk to the children of the sea. We might get to go inside soon. We'll see.
The once bright
Oh,
mural
fuck.
towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical.
Encyclopedia. Do I have anything for encyclopedia? I feel like that's not a clothing stat. But maybe I could smoke for it? Got all this health after all. It doesn't really make sense, right? For clothes to make you... I was gonna say it doesn't make sense for clothes to make you suddenly have more encyclopedic knowledge, but here we are. Eating my words!
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical.
Ready?
R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Heard stories from Idiot Doom Spiral. Searched the coast for traps and seen inside the church. 92%.
You know a lot about radio.
Didn't
Enough to
fail.
know You have no idea how or why those boys heard Speed Freaks FM in their heads.
I feel like it's got something to do with the lady in the church. Or at least like the phenomenon she's experimenting on or like learning about, whatever.
Knowledge like that isn't just obscure, it's unknowable. Dangerous theoretical facts like that are probably protected under the coalition government's Articles of Dominion, Title 14, Article 7C. While an expert might be able to suss it out on their own, a layman like you has no hope. You don't know how it happened, but the stores of your knowledge are vast, and there is something crucial in them. You know where Ruby isn't. She isn't in the fishing village. She's not with her bullet under the floorboards in the shack. So where could she be? The alcoholics never mentioned seeing Ruby either. Idiot Doom Spiral gave an exhaustive account of recent events, but never mentioned seeing Ruby. You've searched the whole coast for Morel's traps, just as you didn't find the Insulindian Phasmid. You did not find her. You've even entered the church, met Tiago and Sorna. Some criminals seek sanctuary from sacred buildings, though the sanctuary laws were abolished decades ago. But Ruby wasn't such a one. And you do know one thing about radios, Ulan. Ruby dabbles in advanced radio theories. Ulan, the Speed Freak's mystery. It might just be related. If she's here on the coast, she'll be here. And besides, something weird happened to the twins around here. It'd be nice to know what caused that. Another fact for your collection.
Hell yeah.
Suddenly,
What was that
there's a
static?
sigh carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you, in her breath, flowing through it, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
That was creepy.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically. Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Okay. See you later.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, The first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Okay, conceptualization, what do you mean?
Astral projection.
Jesus fucking Christ, Inland Empire.
Open-minded.
Shut the fuck up.
This. Yeah, because falling from that height seems, well, splat. So don't do that. Just, you know.
Teleportation is not a thing. Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Savoir faire. Oh my god. What the fuck are these rolls? I really don't have much for savoir faire. Oh, I need different pants. I don't like losing reaction speed though. Give me... guess these pants. Also, is this a red check?
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
It's a white check. Who's Tiago again?
All you need
Yo,
to
we
do
made it.
is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms fading out of existence.
Crinkle.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's
Oh,
voice.
was his name Tiago?
Faintly, you hear
Maybe.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Fuck yeah, we made it somehow. Oh, heading in. What's this? Postcard? Okay. Time for Inland Empire? Oh, just kidding. Yo, Suggestion jacket?
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side.
I'm surprised that didn't require a check.
Prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before. At least now we have an exit, so let's get going. It's time to investigate these passages.
Yeah, I suppose. Wow, so easy to miss. Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things that I think is like a pretty major flaw with this game. At least, and I say this with through the lens of also concurrently playing another very good CRPG, Baldur's Gate 3. Like with Baldur's Gate 3, the way they've designed all the dungeons and encounters and whatever else, if you fuck up in one way, the only reason that you will continue, that you'll like eventually end up dying or having an actual bad outcome, is if you lack the creativity to think outside the box and try something with a different angle, or maybe come back later or something like that. But this game is like, you fail a roll, and yeah, you're just hard stuck until you level up that stat again somehow, and you hope that you get it. It's not 100% like that, but it's a lot more. There are much fewer options, unfortunately. Kinda stinks.
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. Slides with an inlaid nervous system.
And I say this 100% aware that this game came out several years ago, and Baldur's Gate 3 came out this year. And the scope of Baldur's Gate 3 is also much larger than this game. So like, it's not a true apples to apples comparison, but the general problem stands.
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
And there's also like maybe the possibility that they expected players playing this game to maybe save scum a little more than I have been, but I'm a pretty firm believer when playing these kinds of games, at least for your first playthrough, you save scum only for like game-breaking bugs sort of thing. If it's facing the consequences of your bad decisions, then you just live with it. So, yeah, and I've been pretty unlucky so far.
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
Mazovian socioeconomics. Yeah, I can work on a stat. I could just leave it now, get it later. I actually need a stat.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, it's partially due to my bad luck, but also, like, this game is, at least so far, it has been fairly linear. I mean, there's like a lot of, it's, calling it linear is also kind of unfair. It's not really linear, but there are bottlenecks. It branches wildly, but there are pretty severe bottlenecks, and if you can't pass those bottlenecks, like establishing authority with the Hardys, or getting past the big racist dude by the Strikers to get over to Evrar, like, if you can't get over certain critical white checks, then you're just stuck. This game does that a lot. And for what it's worth, I really enjoy the fact that this game uses 2d6s for their checks rather than a d20. It makes the plus stat attribute things feel a lot more impactful. And also the fact that there are so many of them makes it very interesting indeed. And they're also like personified, right, by each of the individual voices. I think like flavor-wise, this is amazing. Mechanically, the dice rolling system is also amazing, but the white checks themselves kind of suck.
Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Yeah, and that too is really cool. I've seen that a couple of times in Baldur's Gate 3, but not to the extent that this game does it. In Baldur's Gate 3, it might be like you did something, so you get advantage on a roll. But it doesn't. They don't go to the extent of this roll. You get a +3 to it because you did something, or because you are something. It's just really a difference of whether you have advantage or not. And for what it's worth, that's also a pretty common thing in my experience playing D&D in like a regular group, not on a video game. So I think that's probably where that came from. But then this game takes it to another level where the plus bonuses feel a lot better because it's 2d6, and they have these checks that are normally impossible, but because you can build your way up, build your score up for that particular check by doing other things. It also lends itself like a sense of progression, I guess, even if you can't really tell how you do it, but like after the fact it makes sense.
Yes,
I think it's really cool.
Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
I've not seen a game that does this, but I also have not really played CRPGs that much. I have been thinking once I'm done with Baldur's Gate 3 and once I'm done with this game, I'll probably try the Shadowrun series again. I've had them for years, probably nearly a decade at this point. And I just remember when I first tried them, I got like super distracted playing something else like almost immediately, so I just dropped them almost instantly. But I think I could, I might be in a better mindset to play games like that now. Maybe I'll try them.
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it might be. And also, those games are older. Like, I think one of the... I think it's like a Shadowrun trilogy or something. And, like, one of them is... it's a remake of an older Shadowrun game already. But, like, the remake itself is, like... came out in, like, 2011. or something. So it's probably gonna feel really dated, but I think it'll be interesting. I'll at least be in a much better position to like probably play through it and have that patience for it. I might be annoyed with like lack of quality of life features, but I think it'll still be interesting to know where this genre came from, or at least experience it. I could easily know it by like looking at gameplay or whatever, but I want to play it.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Oh, that's telling, isn't it? Because we know Ruby's got the worn boot print. Okay, that's fine. There was a yellow thing. Do you hear it? You might have to turn your volume up a little bit to hear it. There is a sound. Do you hear it? Doesn't really sound like anything to me though. But it's getting louder. Ooh, it's really loud now.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably.
I guess this is the game's way of telling me this is a point of no return. If you want to do other stuff, leave now.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too. Your gun.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected. But the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
Don't care about them, honestly.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
I need my gun! How do I pass the time for 2 hours to get my gun? Really need to find this. I don't know where to go for either of these.
worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinique. Your finger moves through the various streets. Across, finally coming to a halt on the spot.
For a more detailed view of the map,
Okay, tutorial. Oh, hey, this is my badge.
Police badge on which you see.
We've already looked at it, I guess. What was this?
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spot. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio.
Oh, this is
so I
from
had to hide
the
it. You'll
game
find
studio.
The filament memory with the off-site copy in the front.
I mean, for what it's worth, I also don't know where this is. Near the old fish market. Just past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. So, like here? Until you see the boardwalk. We're like basically there right now, aren't we? Like, this is the fishing village. Just past the fishing village. Until you see the boardwalk. Oh, maybe they meet us here. But also, I don't get why I can't find check boardwalk for bullet traces. The first one was so easy and I wasn't even looking for it specifically, but this one's like been impossible. What are these? Pine cones. Watch there be like, check the bullet things here in this random corner of the boardwalk. I was hopeful anyway.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, 2 empty. No.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it, you see, it's hard to.
Can't loot the tear. I know, that's been bothering me the whole game. Ever since we came to this area. When we first came here, it was like, shouldn't touch the tear. There's a dead body right next to it, so we'd be disturbing the crime scene. So I was like, okay, sure, yeah. I'll come back for the tear after we clear the body. And then we came back and he's just like, nah, I'm not interested in that tear. That tear is like holy tear. Not touching it. Oh, the guy's gone. Probably just because it's late though. Yeah, I don't know where to find like bullet holes or whatever. Maybe here? Oh, this is the church though. Probably not. I'm still thinking like we can maybe ask Joyce to take us to whatever that island is, but it's probably too far away. Oh, the kids are still out though.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
Oh.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Hell yeah, let's go.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world? The only one, I suppose. the world of matter, and its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've
So
seen
deep.
the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Oh yeah, the game is Disco Elysium. That's right. Wow. Wow, amazing. We've heard so much disco, and I forgot about the Elysium part.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
Is this a flat earth theory?
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
Yeah, whatever. Let's continue wasting
You
time.
have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Hey, she said both Disco and Elysium.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
The lieutenant glances at you from the corner of his eye. You could sneak back later, when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
You could just do it. Hell yeah, just do it.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant. Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life.
It's like continents.
It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
Very disco.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
I'm so confused. What?
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills, officer.
That's interesting. That makes this world very different from the real world.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
It's like they have a physical manifestation of dark matter or something, I don't know.
What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge.
So, flat Earth, at least the majority of these people believe there is a flat Earth. There's just like an end. And outside of these isolas, which are essentially continents, there's this thing called the Pale where it's basically like radiation.
I suggest you do the
If
same.
I'm understanding all this correctly.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Seas of what the fuck? Disgusting.
Entreponetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain. There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna get into that. What the fuck?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
Oh, that's really interesting. So once you basically, assuming that like the connecting point between here and the Pale is like the ocean, for example. Once you enter the Pale, it's just ice. You can't slow down, you can't speed up, you just keep going in whatever direction you're facing. Your momentum is preserved, I guess. And it's just, you just keep going until you hopefully come out the other end. Which I guess that also means like if you fuck up and you like aim incorrectly, or if you enter too slowly, you're just fucked because you also have a time limit on how long you can even be in there.
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone. But
I thought this whole asking about reality stuff was like really fucking stupid shit, but this is actually turning out to be quite interesting.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
There's so many choices. What the fuck? Why do these political ideologies make any sense to what's basically a physical phenomenon?
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... Your colleague, Lieutenant Kisaragi, is competent. I checked up on him. And you have me. I will try to assist you in any way I can.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
Even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now? Yes, well, the rest of us have dealt with it for thousands of years, so...
You will have to deal with it, too, the lieutenant thinks. This is why I don't want you to know.
Good luck, detectives.
Yes?
That was a lot. And also actually very interesting. I mentioned earlier I hadn't talked to the drunks at all about this stuff, but now that we basically know where Ruby is, I don't really see a point.
Tequila Sunset.
Tequila Sunset, that's what it was.
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Uncle.
There's no...
This is the drug
The
dealer.
legend. He's back. And firstly, I got smokes.
What can I do? Still got an hour and a half before this. I want to do this, but I don't know where to go. All right, I was gonna talk to Joyce to see if she could take us on our boat. I think that we don't really have any choices left on that line of dialogue, but I'll try.
You're back. Good. Well, technically speaking, I'm not on it right now. Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
I've already done this before, I guess.
Think nothing of it, officer. What's a little class conflict between friends? Good. Well, technically speaking, I'm not on it right now. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. I mean, we are on Lakayu, are we not? We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Lakayu.
She nods.
Good.
Blah, 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 blah.
I fear I've told... Is there anything else I can help you with?
Do I do this? Oh, man. I'm not telling her about the gun, but I am interested in maybe telling her about this part. I'm pretty sure this is talking about taking over the fishing village area. I'll do it.
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry.
Wow. Inland Empire telling me something. Oh, taking over the port? Yeah. Ah.
Yes. What if something happens to her and you've left one question unasked? Sneaky little question escapes your eye.
Oh my god.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop off more
Questions
lessons in
about
basic
reality. We need esprit de
My favorite
corps.
part of the day.
Esprit
ahead,
de
ask me
corps.
anything.
Esprit de corps. Boom. Esprit de corps. Esprit de corps.
Glad to have been of
Esprit de corps. Look for esprit de corps. I think I'm already wearing esprit de corps, but maybe there's a +2 somewhere. Esprit de corps. +1. Esprit de corps. Esprit de corps. It's also esprit de corps. Shades of self-destruction. Sounds ominous. I guess I really don't have that much that helps with esprit de corps. Is this esprit de corps? That's not even esprit de corps. And esprit de corps is purple, so I don't. There's no like substance abuse that I can abuse to. Over the side there. This is what I got. Guess we just try it.
You're back. Good. What can I help? More lessons in basic reality?
58%.
Part of the day. Go ahead.
6
Oh,
kilometers
we did it.
southwest in the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What a question.
You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's chagrin. Much to my chagrin.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
It was... I forget if it was this game. It might have been Baldur's Gate 3. There was some line where a character said some word that was like very much pronounced incorrectly, and I kind of cringed at it. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't chagrin, but it was like a similar kind of word where someone who's like even native English speakers might not know the correct pronunciation for it, but like as someone who does know the correct pronunciation for it, I'm like, ugh, cringe a little bit when you see that in a professional work.
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
Like imagine someone says like rendezvous, but instead says rendezvous or rendezvous. Christ.
They called it the international zone. Because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the Coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ravacholians get to keep the peace in Ravachol, and the Coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Zest la vie. Or c'est la vie.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Nothing more.
Yes, we are. We are.
Yes. That
Okay.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling, glad to have been of assistance.
Alright.
No.
Now say it. It's time.
A takeover.
Alright. I think this one's a good one.
If they're taking it,
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot.
Also, I think they forgot a letter. She looked toward the colorful mountain of crates. Looks? Probably? Looks?
Like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Ravachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
I just skipped way to the bottom and I like this one. This is the politically correct approach. I like 1, 2, 7, and 8. I don't like 3, 4, 5, and 6. Because 3, 4, 5, and 6 are basically the war choices. Well, 6, okay, I don't hate 6, but realistically, like if someone were in this sort of position and they were to consider that option, then the reality is they get the harbor back, like the port is theirs because by virtue of killing everyone else, but then there's nobody to work the port. So the port is useless. So I think, at least based on the quality of the writing, I'm sure Joyce will also understand that. So this will be a very dumb choice. If I'm going to choose this, I'd rather choose 8. I think 1 is probably going to be the most interesting, though, in terms of, like, getting more dialogue out of Joyce. So let's do 1.
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
Damn it. I was hoping it would progress and not make me do the choice again. Yeah, but I think they will be, because I mean, they brought literal military forces into this, right? The guy who died was ex-military, now like part of a security force or whatever. But like the tattoos and stuff are like, you know, he's from areas of severe military conflict and like third world countries and whatever. Basically a mercenary. And I think it's fair assumption to say the other two mercenaries that were sent from whatever that company was are of a similar tier. And they all have like this crazy ceramic armor. The only reason the victim in this case was even vulnerable was because he was trying to fuck a girl. and she mentioned that he wears that armor basically all the time, so that was pretty much like the only scenario where he would have taken any of it off. Even wore it in the shower. Which is kind of gross, but I don't know, apparently that's what he did. I mean, hey, you know, maybe it's like magically porous and you can wash your body underneath and not get sweaty. It's like Under Armour, but like 2.0, where it also doesn't like stick to you or anything. But it's also like ceramic armor. I don't know. It's a fantasy world. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think if I say number 2, she's gonna say, but you're the one telling me this information, so you've already made a decision. So what are you So then we're gonna come back to this again. So for what it's worth, and this is not political whatsoever, I just hate Evrar. I want to fuck him up. So maybe we do 6. Like Evrar might be fighting for the good guys, like the underdogs and, you know, the union and everything else, but I fucking hate his guts. It's a real close race between him and Kuno. Between characters that I hate in this game. That's true. But it's not just Evrar, is it? It's also his brother, whatever his name is. We only hear from Evrar because he's the guy in charge right now. But they like take turns. And we have not heard anything about what Evrar, his counterpart, is like. But I'd be willing to bet that they're pretty much on the same page. And from the general vibe that I've gotten from talking to people, I think even if Evrar is the one pushing and orchestrating all of this, he still has the support of all the people in that union. So eliminating just Evrar, or even eliminating just Evrar and his counterpart, I don't think that will actually do anything to solve the problem. Because everyone else in the union has already been led to believe that in the path that Evrar has been leading them down. So what I want is not for Evrard's death. I want for him to fail. And I think at this point he's set enough things in motion where even if he himself dies, his goals might still be achieved by others who are motivated by the things that he's been that he's conveyed through the Union and all that. So yeah, I want him to fail. If anything, I want him to live to see the failure. I don't want him to die. I want him to live, and I want to see him grovel. She did just mention, and I might be misremembering this, she mentioned something about how maybe it was just this port, or maybe she was talking about Wild Pines as a whole. Either one or the other is responsible for 8% of the world's, all of the world's transports. If she was talking about Wild Pines as a whole and losing this port would not be a big deal, then whatever, let them have it. If she was talking about this port is responsible for 8% of the world, all of the world's transports, then this would be a catastrophe. Yeah, I really hate him. I hated him from the moment we met him, putting us in that fucking awful chair. So let's go with 6.
Such a thing isn't in my character. What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
This Isola? I don't think she did.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
But then what happened to the 8th one? Or was the 8th one the successful one?
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta do Mar, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
Yo, petrichor. I know this from Doctor Who. It's the smell of rain, freshly fallen rain. I looked it up on Wikipedia when I first heard it, and it was actually like it's a word invented by like some Australian scientists or something.
There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill.
It's a cool word though.
So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up.
So they were saying that the pail was condensing?
But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
You've thought it a million times.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Elysium. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen.
I should probably turn that stream element stuff off. I don't use it.
4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit.
Oh, that's the church.
The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Ooh.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain. Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
I kinda thought that she would do that.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
Red check. And if I do this, she probably leaves. I wasn't prepared, but I can level up rhetoric right now. Okay, here we go.
There are no
Yo, we did it!
She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
You're wrong, Detective. And next time, you should confer with those superiors before you go setting events in motion.
Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
Here I am. I am the face, and I'm here to answer. Rejoice, Leighton.
I was hoping for something more impactful from that. Oh well.
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
The confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties. Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane.
Oh, okay.
I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich. No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta Domar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing, and I've got it bad.
Another woman gone.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
Whoa. Secret task.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay. Its white sails fluttering, with worry in his eyes. He does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Yeah, that was a choice. An impactful one as well. I still have 40 minutes before I get my gun. So where do I go now? Oh, interesting. Is it time to talk to Everard? I actually kind of don't want to though, just because I hate him. Race Enigma? This is do the advanced race theory thought. This stupid shit. I'm not doing it. I refuse. I'll put the horrific necktie back on. Where are you? Oh, we can talk to the cargo container door now. Sick. Because you leveled up rhetoric. Wait, can I fast travel, please? Fuck off, man. I can't fast travel. I can never fast travel. It's a fucking game and it's fast travel. That's actually probably the one bug that frustrates me beyond end, or at least I assume it's a bug. This game does not... It has really inconsistent availability of fast travel, and at least seemingly there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just like... Sometimes when you check it, you get fast travel. Sometimes when you check it, you don't have fast travel. Kim seems to be inside me? What do you mean? No, he's not. Oh, I think the other thing is though, like, maybe part of the reason why this game felt so linear up to this point is also like, we've just been failing all of the checks, right? And so as a result of failing the checks constantly, we've been relegated to like the path that is the only path left for people who fail all the checks. So that might be part of it. Yeah, it's absolutely like the path of failure. Like, if I had, simplest example is like, if I had succeeded on the check to shoot the body down, then I never would have needed to go through the big bodyguard dude. I never would have needed to talk to Evrar. We would have just gotten the body, made the call, done the autopsy, and been done with it. It would have been that simple. If I had gotten the check to successfully break through the back door in the bookstore, then I would have gotten to the fridge earlier. I would have had the opportunity to put the body into the fridge, and whatever outcomes come as a result of that. Which part of that was also I wanted the boots, but I'm sure there would have been other consequences of that. But I couldn't. I didn't have the stats. I just didn't roll that well. So that's sort of another thing, I guess. Like, a lot of the routing or the pathing in this game is not so much is dependent on you rolling well, which sucks. They should have made some more of the choices at least, like, more feasible to achieve without needing to succeed on rolls, but basically all of them up until this point were dependent on rolling well.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon?
There's a mean little light in its eyes.
Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
His tone is totally different now. The jolly man of the people is gone, and so is the smile. His jaw is clenched, and his quadruple chin is quivering with hatred. This is decades of hatred speaking right now. You get a sinking feeling.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck.
We were manipulated.
Harry, I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea.
I suppose that
she'd
also
react
makes
so
sense.
strongly. I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbor. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up. Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. What was always going to happen? We take the harbor and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
I want to say this so bad. I want to, but I don't have my gun yet. Oh, if I'd come here after I'd gotten my gun, then I think it's the truth, but I can't right now. What if me telling him this means he also calls off letting me have my gun? Because that's essentially what this is. He has all the cards. He has my gun. And he's got a half hour to relay the message to tell whoever to not show up. It's as simple as that. Fuck, man. No, I want my gun! I need my gun! Why did Harry, the week before we showed up, before we started playing this game, have to be such a fuck? God. I don't know, honestly. I'll just do this.
That it will, Harry. That it will. As to the bad taste, please. You're not a sommelier. You're a cop. You knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you. Inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Don't beat yourself up, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my reports, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
Just look at the three of us. The three careless boyaderos. Good times, good times. Now we let bygones be bygones because there's work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's have it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today?
Nope, that's it. I'm leaving. Fuck that guy, man.
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greet. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Red
It's
check.
easier for the crane operators to spot them.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yeah, it's true, Imp.
There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Chemicals. Alright, time to test my rhetoric against the...
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Wait. Oh, I don't have any smokes right now. I need to become smarter by smoking. That's how this works for some reason. Because he smokes? Christ. Alright.
A colorful display of cigarettes.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
Thanks. What's this? Oh. So she got the flowers from elsewhere. Okay. Classe is the lady on the roof. I suppose another thing that I could have tried was show the photo of the tattoos to the scab, but I was afraid. That's another thing though that I could have chosen to do, and it would have potentially led to a different story path. I feel like we're on the worst timeline right now though. Wait, why am I going here? I need to go to the cargo container. Alright, cargo container. Hello? Why won't you let me smoke? Let me smoke. Apparently you can't smoke if you're holding a flashlight in your other hand.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Time to talk to a cargo container to convince it to open.
Despite the death that surrounds it,
we succeeded!
A beacon
oh
of
shit!
light emerges from deep within you. The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself.
Holy shit!
Ahoy! Come on in!
Who is that?
You can't be serious.
What? Oh, there's a person here.
Stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here.
Whoa, we're all smeary too. Look at that.
Distorted and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it.
Holy shit.
Hard.
Imagine if you succeeded on that roll though.
In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
If you've got headphones on, there's like a strange panning effect on his voice.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi.
Here it is.
This is my partner.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, that's the name. I'm gonna be boring. Actually, maybe for this conversation, this is actually maybe worth doing. But then he might ask to check our badge. I feel like he wouldn't though. Nah.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think.
Traveling in a cargo container.
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
High net worth guy. He probably cares about money.
Well, as we say in my circle, one person's crushing business failure is someone else's development opportunity. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Oh man, here we go.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to.
Oh. So apparently if you want to avoid targeted advertising, all you gotta do is travel via shipping container.
Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. Don't get me wrong. They are nice things, but once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
He just said he doesn't do handouts, but let's ask for a handout, shall we?
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a civilized man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Hell yeah.
You're welcome. You know...
Wait, he sounds normal all of a sudden.
Maybe you can make that money
Oh, I think they just fucked up that one line.
How's that sound?
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Oh lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy. I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Man, these choices are... I don't really like any of these choices. But which choice might get us an interesting response? An antagonistic one, maybe? Two and 4 are pretty similar. 2 is maybe a little bit more aggressive. 3 is very aggressive. 1 is extremely passive. 5 is a nothing burger. But even though 2 and 4 are sort of the middle of the road options, I don't really like them either. I'll just do 1, I guess.
Precisely, Mr. Dubois.
Oh.
You know, I hear people talk sometimes about economic equality and fairness, but tell me, where would we be without liberalism? In caves, rocking each other with bombs.
I got an achievement. Baddest hustler in the neoliberal hood. Preach free market for 9 times. I don't know why they put 4. They probably just oversight.
Exactly. A world of slavery and violence, which brings us back to the essential truth of modernism. Where we are right now, the freedom of mankind can only be derived from the free flow of capital. It is truly, it's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to
Thank you. I wanted to.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth.
I fucking love this. He's so rich compared to us that he lives like on another plane of existence. We can't even see him for who he is.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who is unusually well dressed for Martinez in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
So it's only us. Only we see this.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container. Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
Alright, if we ever want to do that, we need to get rid of the art degree, and we need to get probably this, and I think there was also a hat. Oh, that's also Mazovian socioeconomics. Probably this. Actually, no, Mazovian is communism, so that's probably not what we want. Is it this? This is probably capitalism. This is nationalism. What was this? I don't even know what this is. What's an Indo-tribe? Seems like it's something related to companies though, so maybe this would also be useful. But I need to kill this. Oh no, but then I lose this amazing bonus. Unfortunate. This line is so fucking good. Whoa. Wait. Look here, 56? You see? 29 million? Wait, it gets lower as you walk further in, but you gotta approach the center. We get richer just by standing next to him. Only we could keep that. What is that, like almost 40 million real? Just from like, he's got like a money aura. Wait, 56.85? I thought it was 56.0 before. Am I earning money by standing next to this guy? No, never mind. I must have misremembered. That would be a crazy money hack though, wouldn't it? That was cool. I'm kind of curious, because I feel like every character in this game, at least thus far, no matter how unrelated they might have seemed, has become related at some point or another. I'm kind of curious what you would need to do to like get that guy to relate to the main story somehow. How does he get involved?
The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head swaying to the music, her eyes.
And now this makes sense.
In particular.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail, and now he's talking to everyone. Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
It's death, but for the universe, oh, we're contemplating the living shit out of this.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to think. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in Pale Transport.
No offense. But your partner seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Misk.
Neither is Pale transportation. Life is transitory. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation.
5 minutes.
On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day. Heroic doses, Herifia. Heroic. Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this? What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor. Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
In the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
The wheels all small and round. Multi-axle trailers.
Like looking into the ocean at night. In the dark.
It's 22.
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined. Yes.
No elaboration.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A. Or in Lomonosov's land. Where every step you take is one step further from home. No matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south. It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
In the center of this town, there's a ghostly motorway, she sang.
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake. Josiana.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding, in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child, descending.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, Detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
Alright, time to get our gun. Can I fast travel? Hell yeah. For once it's available at a time when we actually want it. Oh yeah, so... Is this not done? Oh my god, 1 minute. Should we like here somewhere? Is it on the actual boardwalk? Where am I supposed to meet these people? Meet her near the old fish market at 22 and get your service back. Just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. That was the boardwalk. Just gonna try walking this way. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's just like a thing. For some reason I thought this was a person. What are we gonna have to do to get our gun back? We're meeting with them, but that doesn't mean they're gonna give it to us right away. I forget the exact context that Evrar gave us. Where is gun? Whoa!
Put your hands where I can see them.
Jesus, okay.
Show me your hands. This is the pace. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
What in the world?
Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Well, we're probably gonna die, right?
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. Officer, administer street justice at our own peril. That one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was actually required. Suspect is under control. Suspect is under control.
Be careful, Detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
Hand-eye coordination.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect at large! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
It's the goddamn police shitbag! Cut the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine?
You can't leave. The delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm.
I want to put on hand-eye coordination gear. Fuck. My stat for this is really, really, really fucking bad. Can do one here. Make that tiny bit better.
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth.
Aggravated assault! Man down!
What?
Moving pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
E.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words. She's losing it. One twitch and there would be blood.
Well, here we go, I guess.
Alright.
What the fuck?
As soon as that gun isn't pointed at you again, you
Holy shit.
then immediately
I just matched the check. That level helped. Yeah, the level up paid off instantly. What the fuck?
No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun, all 3 barrels, red and blue light shining through. It's not loaded.
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
What's the correct approach? Let's go with this one.
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets.
Holy fuck. She looked down the barrel and pulled the trigger.
What is this?
I was not expecting that sort of insane response.
Police guns have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Great gears are grinding to a halt.
Jesus.
The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling, and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Generally. Could be.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah, sure.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. Date of birth generator.
I don't even remember what this was for.
You were born in the year 07. In the last year of the commune of Revachol.
Oh, this is pretty sick.
Right before it fell. In the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
I wonder why they did it, why they wrote it out this way. -1 difficulty to all physique passives. Wouldn't it... Is there a difference between making the checks all -1 versus giving +1 to our stat? Like, let's say a given check, the difficulty is 12. So in order for us to pass it, we need... And let's say we've got a bonus of 5. So in order to pass it, we need to roll at least a 7, which is average. 7 plus our stat of 5 means we have, like, it's probably going to write down as like 50-something%, maybe 60-something%. Because 7 is the average roll. If we have +1, then we only need a 6 or a 7. Something might pass this. I mean, I don't know. Oh, those. Yeah, could be. I could see that. Well, we have our gun now. Probably shouldn't walk around with it all the time, but we have it. And we've got 2 bullets. That was certainly something. It'll be interesting talking to the Hardys about this, because they're probably going to give us shit, like, aren't you the cops, whatever, can't you, why are you coming to us? But I think pragmatically this is the better approach, simply because they probably know, they probably have more context about this individual. I wonder if Kuno's still out there.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Gurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everett's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
No? Well, whatever then, copper.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it? Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
He's fucking Kuno, mate. Kuno don't fuck off for nobody. Kuno be... You forgot Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Walls? Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit.
Forgot the one thing that makes Kuno Kuno. He doesn't fucking care.
Out every now and then.
Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off. But still.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then.
Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Be anything else you wanted to know? Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
I'm already done being sorry cop. I already did all the sorry cops. They'll just laugh if I say this, though. It won't be a very interesting response. This one's pretty funny.
You are already signed up, Cerdo. This guy is seriously damaged.
Got an achievement! Hyperstellar Law Official. Say 7 deranged superstar lines.
Nah, don't worry about it, Al. The cops want to dress up and play policeman. Let them. We'll keep doing the real work. No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Cool. I still want to do this, but we might just go do this. But if I do that now, and if that leads to the end of the story, then I won't get to ask the lady out on the at the fisherman's village. So maybe do that tomorrow morning. Priorities, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I guess I have to go back to my room on the coast. Oh, fucking no fast travel ever. In order to ditch him. I think it's late enough now that he'll actually say, alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Let's talk to him real quick though.
Yes?
Still don't have this. This is logic. I have a point. Let's put it in logic. Boom. Let me put on logic gear and we'll do this. I may still have the buff from the smokes earlier too, so this might be fine. If not, no biggie. I'll just smoke again. This is the +1 logic hat, but I think I have a +2 logic hat, don't I? There you are. I don't have the smoke buff anymore, but it's 97%, so...
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but I also think it's somewhat unlikely. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of nothing. Safe?
Oh my god, I really need to kill this
You're
stream elements
You've
thing.
made it this far. Something has brought you through.
I don't know what to do.
We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet.
It's gone. I killed it.
So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
He's right. There are no airtight theories, just paranoia. You've given it some thought. Now let it go.
Cool. Yeah, all I did was I was trying to hide the option is, what is it? Hide user on this channel. I wasn't even trying to do like an actual moderation thing, but apparently what that does is it deletes all their messages. So, oh well. But I don't really care because I don't use it anyway. I would really like to know like what service all the VTubers use.
It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Yeah.
Good night, officer.
Because they don't seem to have the kinds of problems I've encountered using Stream Elements or Streamlabs. And also, those services are very much Twitch first and YouTube second. But they seem to be using a YouTube first platform. But it's like, how do you even find that information? I've tried Googling it, and there's nothing. Google is so bad at finding obscure information now. I think I need to put on suggestion gear. Let me check here. Yes, suggestion. It's one suggestion. I don't think the information is gone. I think we're just there is a point with information where there's just too much information and you're unable to like sift through it properly. And frankly, search engine stuff has always been sort of an arms race sort of deal, because search engine wants to optimize for what is the most correct result. Everyone else wants to optimize for how do I make myself show up as the correct result, regardless of whether I am or am not the correct result. And so then the search engine has to constantly go back and be like, all right, well, this factor that we had previously used to determine how to sort the search results is no longer relevant because everyone's gamified it. So now we use this other factor, and then everyone catches on, and then they do that. It's a vicious cycle of search engine optimization. So it's kind of, Google's been pretty good so far in like keeping ahead of that curve, but yeah, they are definitely not ahead anymore. And yeah, perhaps fundamentally Google is also possibly part of the problem.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
It's been a slow erosion over the years. I think like when I first started using Google, the only advertising they ever had was like some text ads on the side or something. But they weren't like, they were formatted in such a way that it was very obvious they were not part of the search results. Then at some point they started putting advertisement results in the search result list. Still like formatted in a way where it was fairly obvious. I think it was like a color highlight, like with the color block or something, but it was still like in the same list, and that had the result of pushing your legitimate search results further down the screen, which then meant at least the average user or someone just trying to find a very quick result or something would be less likely to click on the real search results and would just look at the first thing. And now we're like, I think if you search for something on Google, first of all, most of the time it'll try and even prevent you from even leaving Google in the first place, because it does like that thing where you can expand. It gives you like the little 4 expandos where you can see what information it pulled from other websites. I find that at first I thought it was kind of cool, but after thinking about it, I think that's been very harmful to the internet at large. Especially because it essentially preempts people from visiting websites. Right? They're literally farming information from websites and then presenting it to the user. It's like if you've heard of any of the YouTube sort of reaction stuff recently, people are complaining again about how people are reacting to videos, and the way they do it is they're showing the entirety of the video, which hurts viewership, because when people watch the reaction video, they've seen all the content. There's no reason for them to go and watch the original content. Google has been doing that on a massive scale for years, unchecked. I think that's extremely harmful to websites, and it's also not very good, which is even worse, because then it's not only is it preventing people from seeing websites, they're lacking the context to maybe sift out whether or not that information is legitimate, and they're also not driving traffic to the websites, which means that websites that have that information are probably going to die. Which means Google says worse search results because the websites with the real information are dead. It's really bad. The situation with the internet at large is pretty fucking awful. But let's ask this lady out on a date. Fuck!
On. It would be unimaginable for a human female to have sex with a man without alcohol as the master of ceremonies to guide them.
Damn it. I think it was my second failure too. Wait, I don't think there's a... Alcohol doesn't help psyche, right? Alcohol helps physique.
Alcohol? Connect? I'm not sure I'm following you. That's a good impression. You really cracked me up, officer. Now, how can I help you?
She doesn't even understand. You asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Wait, should I have drank before I did it? Anyway, maybe it would have actually helped. Wait, shit. I think it still shows me the bonuses even if... Alright, I've got one left of this. What? Let me just see. Yeah. Whatever.
Waves are beginning to die down.
It doesn't show.
Those little bastards.
It wouldn't have given me a plus. Oh well, it was worth a shot.
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time.
Yo, imagine... I mean, I'm sure the game has accounted for this possibility, but imagine if I went to face off with Ruby right now without Kim. And I imagine there's probably a scenario where Kim like ditches you or something. Like you fuck with him too hard and he's like, yeah, alright, I'm gonna go do my own thing. But I wonder what that encounter would be like. I'm too chicken,
The bed is
so I'm not doing that, but
a bit run down.
it makes you want. I do wonder.
You've earned a rest.
Time to sleep in our armor.
The bed underneath you is soft.
Oh, it's time for the ancient reptilian brain.
Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
I don't know what to think of these scenes with the limbic system and the ancient reptilian brain. It was pretty interesting as an intro, but I don't feel like I've gotten anything out of it since.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
Also, maybe other than the fact that ancient reptilian brain is the same voice as, like, that's actually our voice.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Black water under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
Oh yeah, another thing that Google has been doing that's been incredibly harmful to websites for a long time is the Google AMP stuff. It's the same deal. They're caching websites, selling it to websites as a service, because supposedly that helps their search results due to more optimized loading because they're better at that, which admittedly they are. But that also prevents people from actually visiting the websites.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry.
We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Time to wear all our armor. I think I'm already wearing all of it though. Maybe there's something else. I don't have pants. Pants would be really helpful. But I have the shirt and the gloves. So if they try and shoot our torso...
Yes?
Alright. Oh, wait, I don't have the bottle anymore because I drank it, but I'm still holding it. Alright, it's gun time.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. A Villiers 9mm pistol, where Insulindian steel meets Revachol craftsmanship. With it thou wilt protect the fair people of thine homeland and keep the visitors at check.
Okay, I need hand-eye coordination pretty much. Reaction speed would also be good, so let's not ruin that. Half-light would also be good, so let's not ruin that. Perception is also good, so let's not ruin that. All of the physical things, right? Man, pain threshold would also be good, especially if I like get shot. Okay. It's got to be better glasses, right? Surely. I wish there were a way to sort these, like, automatically. Because this random hodgepodge of where everything is pretty bad. This makes it so hard to find stuff. I think this is as good as we'll get. It's time to face off with Ruby. Hey, look, it's their day off again. They're just here again. Alright, here we go. Wait, it was this way. Should probably put the flashlight in the other hand. You know how it is.
Yes?
I was wondering if you had anything else to say here. Alright, here we go. Money? Why do I need money now? Unless this isn't the end.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help.
Rip.
You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Oh, yeah. Probably. Let me see what it looks like on stream. Yup, that's just bitrate getting fucked. If you wanna, I'll take a screenshot and show you what it looks like on my screen on Discord. Oh, I guess I should spoiler it too. Hey Sprill, how's it going? Yeah, it's perfectly clear for me, just, you know, the video encoding is probably getting real fucked by this right now.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it.
What if she hit this? Oh, maybe.
Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
This must be how the twins heard the radio in their heads. They must have been standing by when she tested it. She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
And now a music station.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Looking for a deal with my mattress.
Yo, it was the Speed Freaks FM radio. Kim's favorite station.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful.
Is the bitrate still really bad now? Yeah, it's still pretty bad. Wait. It improved!
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
I've gotten used to it.
Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
Whoa.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back. I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
I don't want to say anything, but I'm given no choice but to.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
I don't remember this. Let's go with 3.
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
And? The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
A knocked away AD front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing. Yeah, evidence. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. No, not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why? Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Clausia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
I don't really feel like mentioning the drugs, so...
Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Clausia didn't want to turn the lamp on. She was afraid of another shot.
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
A fear fills you. A bad kind of fear. Of yourself.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I call
Oh my god, I forgot I was wearing the horrific necktie. Oh no.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait. One thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Sure you do. I bet they're just outside waiting. I guess I'll take my chances. Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Two guys and a lady. Who could she be talking about?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
I think the blonde and the woman were in the Whirling in Rags lobby. I don't know about the other guy though. Brooding?
That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally. Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
I think we've been in this for like an hour in game. Maybe longer. How painful this must be for these guys.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried the lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Hooray!
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Momentary window of clarity. Alright, let's go. 92%. Didn't fail. It was green, right? I think it was green. Also, hey, look, he's doing what you suggested, eh?
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
What? Well, I don't think my rhetoric score is very good right now, so, here goes nothing.
She's truly desperate. She thinks
we succeeded! Dude, wait, how is today so different from every other day we've played this game? The roles are actually fucking working. What the fuck? This crazy nonsense.
You know.
I don't know. What? Oh no, I'm failing the IRL rhetoric check now.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated. I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
Sick. I need to go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. So we've learned a lot just now. Apparently we were like, ah shit, what was it called? It was like La Madre something, I don't remember. Some sort of gang cop thing. Whoa, +3 health. Take it.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
There's also the question of who the missing one is. I'm still a little confused as to who the actual murderer could be. And perhaps if I'd been able to figure out where the fuck these two locations are to look for bullet traces, maybe we'd have gotten something else out of it. Or coming here, I mean. I just have no fucking idea where that is, or where either of those two locations are. But since she said, and since no one else has mentioned actually hearing a gunshot on the rooftop, I mean, I still think there's the possibility of like a silencer or something like that. Unless silencers don't exist in this universe, I don't know. I think it's possible. But excluding that, we still have these two other locations where someone could have shot from. I don't think we ever figured out what kind of gun it was that actually shot him. It was just like, we know that it's a single bullet. So it's not like a double-barreled thing like what she had.
It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Like right now. Sure.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
You're not the murderer, Sprill? It's kind of interesting the way this story has unfolded. Each new fact that we learn about our past makes the main character seem more and more likely to have been the murderer.
Staff
But
issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of...
except for the one fact that the only reason we're here, policemen are here, is because we were called in because of a murder. So that's the only, it's like a catch-22, but that's the only thing, at least in my eyes, that makes it very unlikely that we were the murderer, but we might have been. In case you weren't aware, Sprill, this game begins with, this is the main character guy, also this guy down in the bottom left here. He wakes up after having drank way too much over some weekend and is completely he's a complete amnesiac. He doesn't remember anything. He doesn't even remember his name. And it's also about a week after the murder happened at that point.
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all.
Damn it, one off.
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head. The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Could have been Titus. Then again... Maybe there's a hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Alright. I still want to figure this out. The bullet traces. But where? Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't run around with my gun. Turns out I didn't need it, so that's cool, but I have it now. Oh, what's this?
Rattan! Now is the time! Oh, you will see. First the spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world! Hush, hush, Rattan. Now is not the time to celebrate. Now is the time to get ready! Trust me on this! This is what it's all been building towards! It's gonna be off the hook! Off all hooks! But Rattan, no! Please uncork it! I can make it good again!
I can make it good again.
The lifeless necktie looks like a colorful intestine of some dead animal. Oily, alien, and otherwise disgusting. What could have driven a man to wear something so repulsive around his neck? Seems you'll never learn the answer to that question.
We finally killed the necktie? You've killed it. Very nice. I don't remember what that thing he was talking about. Is it this? Oh. Yeah. If we drank that, we would probably die. Or maybe not die, but want to die. I can only imagine drinking basically rubbing alcohol would not be a pleasant experience. So we're heading back to Whirling in Rags. Yeah, calling my station about that seems like a really bad idea.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. What you have isn't enough. You'll need more firepower. A ranged weapon. Snowflakes stick to your pry bar. Or crowbar. Or pry bar. Call it what you will. It doesn't stand a chance against military-grade weaponry. Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pockets.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Okay. Guess we're about to get into some fighting.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, here they are.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Nothing irreversible? I don't know about that.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
DePaul. That's probably this person here? I don't think we've seen her before. At first I thought because she's blonde that she was, Classier, but very obviously a different portrait.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Oh, what the? I didn't even see that guy. Holy shit, he's got a sniper. He must be our killer.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The Mercenary Tribunal. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Alright. Here goes nothing.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feel feels like it's saying, do it.
Uh-oh.
Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling there. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
The first idea? Stand there quietly and hope nothing bad happens. Alright, let's listen to empathy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
What are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
He is not used to commanding or leading. He feels uncomfortable. He'd rather shoot to kill.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Dang, this one's crazy. I think this will be funny.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Alright, let's try this one. Good luck!
Alright.
Okay, we did it.
This is an illegal tribunal. Granor would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
These are tough choices. Do they care about their own rules more, or do they care about their own authority more? I think authority, probably, right?
I am a Grinnell major with over 15 years
years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I'd lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
Why would anyone ask this? But I also don't think this is gonna be very effective. Why? This game always makes me have to choose between two shitty options. Fuck! I mean, sometimes there are many shitty options, but in this situation, I'm being forced to choose between two shitty options. I don't think either of these are very good. He clearly thinks this needs to end in bloodshed, but he's also drunk. This question... This one has some unknowns, I guess. Like, if one of the other... He didn't say that... We don't know what rank the others have. And it might be like, helmet guy over here is actually the higher ranking whatever. But if it turns out she has a higher ranking, then she'll take over and order the others, I guess, to shoot, because she doesn't give a shit, clearly. I mean, I don't think he gives a shit either. So if the choice is between... Man, they all fucking suck. They all fucking suck. Fucking fuck.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Yeah? Who did that?
I don't know. That's the thing. It's 1 or 6, honestly. Unless I want to lie. Or it could be 5. Who knows? It could also be 3. She's very sus now. I don't think he'll accept number 1. But if I say number 6, then he'll ask who it is. So it's, and I don't really have an answer, so that would just be like an instant failed bluff.
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church. Chase some dumb drug trader. I saw you.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
Well.
How fucking convenient.
That's fucked up. I think it's 1.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
liars.
Booty shoot.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over.
Warning shot.
Crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Man. Both of these suck. This results in me dying, probably. This is probably gonna fail. But maybe even if I fail, no one will die?
Of course. Nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
Off by one. Fuck. Oh shit, I have a level up too. I could have used it. Fuck.
Even better, it will further destabilize him, cost him time, and maybe even lives.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, Loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
Alright, I have a level. Fucking shit, man. I feel like this is a really bad idea, though. He's courting there, right? Why are these the only two options? No, I'm not committed yet, but... Fucking shit, why are these the only two options?
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible.
Oh, that's Corchin there. I thought that was Helmet Guy.
His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Well,
a low shot rings. You feel a tapping like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly from plate to plate.
oh, because I'm wearing the armor, right?
You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns. Feels like blood is slowly seeping into your lungs.
God, please.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from de Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back,
Oh,
disoriented.
I didn't even notice.
The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Well, I'll just do this. Maybe it'll like spook him.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Game over.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Okay.
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon we will return to the world.
Name drop.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
So are we in the hospital?
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Whoa, wait, this hotel room is like cleaned up too.
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink.
No, we're not in the middle room. We're in the original room.
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes.
You're a real killer, Harry. A blood-stained killer.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said that no one wants to party with you, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. Four. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets.
Rip Angus.
The Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. Company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. This is the one. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
7? But it says 6 right here. Wait, how many? There's a 3, It is 7. 4 civilians and the 3 mercenaries.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornet did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
What the fuck is that?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you. I did. It's part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Can we walk? Or are we fucked? We can walk.
Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Claudia too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
Oh, I thought that was going to go a different route than I thought.
He's wrong.
Because my thinking was, where did they come from?
Okay.
But maybe that's not relevant.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable. I don't know. That's been there for years. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Why not?
Wow, it's suddenly super bright. Oh, because of the flashlight. Jesus.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Now the question is, when I double click, will I run or will I be stuck walking forever? Because from a story perspective, it does make sense that I wouldn't be able to run anymore, but I really hope I can still run. Fuck yeah, I can run! Wait, what's this? Oh, we can go into Kim's room now? Holy shit. His room's so small.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Oh, I can't exit through his door though. Okay. That's kind of silly. Alright. Oh. Okay. It's really hard to click on something you can't see.
Bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift? I am not drawing my gun, yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
The medicine cabinet is empty. Pity.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
I do. How the fuck do we get all the way over there?
The island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the threat seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? Indeed, neither do I. So it is.
For a second he seems tired. He sees danger. Another trap, perhaps. He must be cautious for a reason. This man has decades of experience.
No, I just don't want to walk into another embarrassment. I am a creature of pride, you see. I'm afraid of becoming a joke.
It's not something he's proud of, but that's the way it is.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Please let me fast travel. Fuck yeah. Yeah, today's been
Officer, what happened?
extremely
You're
eventful.
limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Yeah, the check that I failed was actually pretty catastrophic though, but I think things are already on downhill at that point.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Nice, the voice line didn't play. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war, for the communards, an anti-aircraft gun, bombed to bits in the landing. Haven't been there myself.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Let's talk to the kids. Oh, walking is so slow. Fuck this.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
On that island? That's, nothing? It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
I don't know what those are. They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
A suspicious request, made out of fear.
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
Oh man.
I'm sorry. There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Hit him with the stupid? No, that's rude.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are
Do you think we'll find a better crowbar on the island?
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
There's one thing I want to do. Oh. Just kidding. I don't need to do that anymore. No, the screenshot is from a different event. That one, no one got injured. It was just, Imp wanted to know what the game looked like because on stream, because of bitrate, it looked pretty awful. There was a pretty crazy animation going on there. Okay, let's go.
Have you made... Remember what the net picker said. It's a...
What? Fine. Let's blast SAD FM then.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Hell yeah. Yo, I got the boombox. Let's go.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
Yeah, this universe is very interesting.
It
Are we done the tutorial now? Don't answer that question. I do not want to know how many acts there are. Yeah, I mean, I just generally do not want to know for certain when the game ends. That's essentially it. Because I think it's one of the coolest things to get to a part of the game where you feel like it's ending, and then you get your mind blown because it's actually not. So, yeah. Before I started today's stream, I was at 34 hours. So probably right around 39, 40. What's that? Right there.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
You know, it's funny. I made today's stream. I set today's stream title to "Dodges a Bullet," thinking I might get shot at by the lady who we recovered our gun from, but I actually did get shot instead by other people. I find that sort of ironic, anyway. Yeah, the pigs. That lady was extremely concerning. Yeah, I got my gun back. Got one bullet left. Should probably go and try and buy more bullets or something. I don't know. Yeah, we used it and caused a bloodbath. If you want to know more, you should go back and watch what happened, because I don't feel like explaining it. Well, we found that one. We just found it inside our hotel room under the floor. So, and it just coincidentally worked in our gun. Let's see, where are we now? So we're done here. Oh yeah, we had millions. That also happened, that's right. Today was wild. But yeah, I think that's where we end for today. It's a brave new world. See what happens here next time. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you probably on Saturday. Later.